and members of the committee. Thank you, Chairperson, for your opening remarks, which I thought appropriate. Let me introduce two deputy ministers who are on the platform. Deputy Minister Matale and Deputy Minister Dr. Bushello are on the platform. Dr. Bila will make the presentation on behalf of IPID, or at least designate the person who will do so on behalf of IPID. And then General Dimpane, the acting National Commissioner, is also on the platform and will introduce the SAPS officers are also on the platform and indicate who will make the presentation on behalf of the South African Police Service. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Dr. Bila.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to yourself and afternoon to committee members and also to Honorable Minister DM Matali and Dr. Bushello. And I've observed that the Secretary for Police Service is also in the House through a virtual platform, Mr. Tulani Sibui. And I also greet the National Commissioner acting. Chairperson, I'm joined by Mr. Kekana. Mr. Kekana is the acting head of investigation within IPID, and I'm also with Mr. Stephen Ramafuk, who advise on complex matters in relation to the legality. Chair, our presentation, which we are to make today, is segmented into three areas. We'll deal specifically with the framing of our report. We will also address the question which has been very topical, that is the question of the rationale of classifying our report as top secret. We will also address the question of sequence of event insofar as the report which is to be presented is concerned. And of course, that part will also lead to covering the recommendation to SAPS with a specific date being
Dr. Bila, can you hear us? Or you've gone static? I see Dr. Bila has dropped off the meeting. Let's just maybe give a... There we go, Dr. Bila, you're welcome to continue.
My apologies, there was a technical intruder, hoping that it will no longer happen. So basically, I was indicating that insofar as framing of our report will deal with the question of allegations which necessitated these investigations, and also the question of scope of investigation. And I'm glad that in your framing of why we are here, Chair, you were very particular in terms of demarcation of the roles and responsibility of IPID, which appear not to be elastic but constant. And if we are given an opportunity like this, we consider it as an opportunity to also educate the public. We will also deal with specifically our mandate as IPID, which of course at a higher level we have also touched based on. We will cover the question of our findings as well as recommendations. And if you permit, Chairperson, I will hand over to Mr. Kefela, the acting national head of investigation, who will present, and then who will be able to respond if necessity exists. Over to you, Mr. Kefela.
Thank you, Dr. Bila. He's welcome to continue.
Chairperson, we have requested somebody to fly, and we are waiting for such an individual, our support team, to fly to the presentation so that at least we are able to save time.
Thank you, Dr. Bila.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Let me greet you, Chairperson, greeting the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Ministers, the honorable members that are here today with us, the National Commissioner, our Executive Director, the Secretary of Police, and all protocol observed. I will be presenting this report today, emanating from the investigation that was conducted by IPID. I would request that we go to the next slide. Chairperson, we have got the framework here. We'll talk to the purpose, the framework of the report. The classification has been alluded to, the sequence of events, and just a brief conclusion. Next slide. Chairperson, the purpose of this presentation is to provide Portfolio Committee on Police with a comprehensive briefing on the progress, scope, and the key consideration of the IPID investigation into the Phala Phala matter. The presentation is intended to support the committee in fulfilling its oversight responsibility. Next slide. The framework investigation report is intended to address the following: the allegations of police misconduct investigated by IPID into the Phala Phala farm matter, the scope of the investigation as conducted by IPID, and the mandate of IPID, and the key findings and recommendations. Next. This report addresses complaints lodged by the Honorable Violetu Zungula. The allegation relates to the conduct of the head of the Presidential Protection Service, Major General Rode in alleged collaboration with senior SAPS official as detailed in Mr. Arthur Fraser's affidavit. The affidavit, which was submitted to IPID by Honorable Zungula, formed the basis of the investigation into alleged police misconduct in the Phala Phala matter. Case was lodged on the 11th July 2022 against members of SAPS with the following specific allegations recorded in respect of the matter. A, being failure by police officials to report crime in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, not reporting prescribed offenses in terms of Section 13, subsection 2 of the SAPS Act 68 of 95, conduct an undercover investigation, unlawful apprehension of suspects, unlawful handling of stolen loot, including not reporting to the SAPS, unlawful collaboration of former SAPS members, serving members, SAPS Crime Intelligence Unit, F, unlawful interrogation of suspect, G, kidnapping, assault, and torture, and H is unlawful border crossing by Major General Rode, I, unlawful use of official government resources, bribe of suspects to conceal the events that took place at Phala Phala on the 9th February 2020. Now, in accordance with Section 28(1), subsection 1H of the IPID Act, Act 1 of 2011, and the complaints received, the scope of the investigation was confined to the alleged misconduct by members of the SAPS. The Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, the Hawks, was responsible for conducting the criminal investigation into the matter. Failure by SAPS officials to report crime in terms of Prevention and Combating of Corruption Activities Act 12 of 2004, Section 34, subsection 1, in particular of the PRECA, and unlawful handling of stolen loot as alleged. The investigation were deliberately structured to avoid duplication, with IPID, the Hawks, and the Public Protector coordinating and sharing information to ensure each institution operated within its respective mandate, thereby preventing overlap and promoting efficiency. The mandate of the IPID, which stems from Section 28 of the IPID Act of 2011, the Directorate, in terms of the Act, the Directorate must investigate cases of death in police custody, death as a result of police action, complaints of discharge of official firearm by any police officer, the cases of rape by police officer on duty or off duty, rape of any person while that person is in police custody. F is complaint of torture or assault against a police officer in the execution of his or her duties. And then we have got the G that talks to corruption, and then H, which is highlighted, rather bolded in black, any other matter referred to it as a result of a decision by the executive director, or if so, requested by the minister, an MEC, or secretary, as the case may be, in the prescribed manner. The Directorate may investigate matters relating to systemic corruption involving the police. The investigation findings were based on the evidence that was obtained as detailed below. On the slides that will follow, A up to D, I want to indicate that these are the areas where in the investigation could uncover that there could be some wrongdoing on the part of the police. And then E to F, we found nothing that we could link to the police, and the other two would then relates to the matters that were dealt with by DPCI. A not reporting prescribed offense in terms of Section 13, subsection 2 of the SAPS Act of 1995. The investigation established that Major General Rode did not report the offense to the then National Commissioner, General KJ Sithole. 2. Major General WP Rode failed to register or ensure the registration of the case docket relating to the housebreaking and theft. B. Conduct an undercover investigation and lawful apprehension of suspects. Major General Rode conducted interviews with the alleged theft suspects, Ms. Florina Joseph and David Joseph, in connection with the housebreaking and theft of the cash at the Phala Phala farm. The IPID investigation established that an individual identified as Mr. Nick arrived at the farm accompanied by another alleged suspect, Thomas, whose hands were restrained with cable ties. Mr. Nick arrived while Major General Rode was conducting interviews with Ms. Florina Joseph and Mr. David Joseph. C. Conduct an undercover investigation and lawful apprehension of suspects. Constable Recorder was informed by Mr. David Joseph, his alleged source, on 4th March 2020 that other suspects were in Cape Town. On the 7th March 2020, Constable Recorder traveled to Cape Town to meet with Major General Rode in pursuit of the suspects. Constable Recorder confirmed that he was instructed by Major General Rode to proceed to various areas in Cape Town to identify and survey the addresses of the suspects. D is an unlawful use of official government resources. The activities described in paragraph B, among others, involved the alleged unlawful use of state resources. Unlawful border crossing by Major General Rode. While the unlawfulness of the border crossing could not be conclusively established, it was noted that on the 26th June 2020, Major General Rode and Dr. Chauke traveled to Namibia while warrant officer raiders remained in Upington. IPID could not make any adverse findings in this regard because there was no evidence that the crossing over to Namibia and back was unlawful. Kidnapping, assault, and torture. On the 15th August 2022, IPID established that a kidnapping case had been opened at Bela Bela Police Station under Case 7803-2020, which was subsequently withdrawn by the alleged victims and the complainant. IPID could not make any adverse findings in this regard because the case was withdrawn by the complainants and the victim. The allegations of criminality in paragraph G and H below could not be established or substantiated during the investigation. And this, I want to confirm that this is the areas which were dealt with by the Hawks. The two relates to unlawful collaboration of former SAPS members, serving members, and SAPS Crime Intelligence Unit, bribery of suspect to conceal the event that took place at Phala Phala on the 9th January 2020. Next slide. Based on the evidence obtained in the case file, IPID, having conducted a thorough, independent, and impartial investigation in accordance with its legislative mandate, established findings of misconduct. IPID accordingly recommended that disciplinary proceedings be instituted against Major General Rode and Constable Recorder in terms of the SAPS disciplinary regulations of 2016. Coming to classification, with regard to classification was intended at protecting integrity of the IPID's investigation and ensuring that SAPS members got to be properly informed of the charges before the process could become public information. Further, prior to the implementation of the disciplinary recommendations, SAPS members identified for disciplinary recommendation had to be treated fairly by avoiding their names being flagged in the media or other platforms prior to them being informed of the process. The Hawks and the Public Protector were also conducting the investigation on this matter, albeit for different scopes. There was a need to ensure that the Hawks criminal investigation is not unnecessarily undermined. This would then talk to the sequence of events. IPID received the complaint on the 11th July 2022 and registered the case under reference number CCN 2022 of 70130. The investigation commenced on 15 August 2022, during which statements and documentary evidence were obtained from relevant stakeholders. The investigation was concluded and the negative recommendations were approved by the Executive Director on the 26th September 2023. The recommendations were submitted to SAPS for the initiation of disciplinary steps against both Major General Rode and Sergeant Ricoto and were acknowledged on the 3rd October 2023. SAPS initiated disciplinary proceedings against above mentioned members on the 19th October 2023. Not guilty outcome of SAPS disciplinary proceedings was received 15 May 2024. Compliance reporting obligations from SAPS in terms of the IPID Act 1 of 2011 period 1st April 2023 to March 2024 was received from SAPS on the 13th May 2024. In conclusion, IPID will continue to conduct independent, impartial, and quality investigations of identified criminal offences allegedly committed by members of the South African Police Service and the Metro Police Service, and to make appropriate recommendations in line with the IPID Act, whilst maintaining the highest standard of integrity. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, that is our presentation as IP. But what I need to emphasize, Chair, is that out of 8 allegations which were highlighted, we could only substantiate 4, and of course there are 2 which appear to have been unsubstantiated as a result of our outcome, and 2 of those were looked at by the DPCI, informally known as the Hawks. So it is very critical that we note that as we engage on our report. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bila and the team for the detailed presentation. I've noted the hand of the Honorable Skosana. Honorable Skosana, do you want to ask a quick question? Honorable Skosana, your hand is up. You're muted, Honorable Skosana.
Do you hear me? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Skosana.
Yeah. Chair, I'm disappointed, I must say. Very disappointed. But I'm not sure whether we are starting now or you wanted me to start by asking, or we'll ask later.
I'm going to give you an opportunity. Thank you, Honorable Skosana. I just want
Thank
SAPS
you.
to do their presentation as well, because then we've got both presentations on the table, and then it'll give members the opportunity to ask more detailed questions where it might actually touch on both institutions. Dr. Bila and Mr. Kefelakai, thank you for your detailed presentation. Minister Kachalia, if I may hand over to you to introduce the National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Dimpani, the Acting National Commissioner, to lead us in the SAPS presentation. Minister?
Thank you, Chairperson. In fact, I did introduce General Dimpani at the very beginning and indicated that she would designate the person who would make the presentation on behalf of SAPS, but there's also the head of the DPCI, General Khumalo, no, General Nkosi. I'm not sure if he's on the platform, but he may be making the presentation on behalf of the DPCI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Acting Minister. General Dimpani, General Nkosi, if I may hand over to you.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair, Honorable Members of the Committee, and the Minister of Justice, Deputy Ministers, the Deputy Minister Oratile and the Ministerial, major entities, DNCs, all protocols observed. Chair, our report is very short, led by Lieutenant General Mpofu-Walsh. I am sitting in the meeting with the Deputy National Commissioners, General Mpofu-Walsh, General Situmule, General Mpofu-Walsh, Lieutenant General Kekana, the Director of PSS, Lieutenant General Rahman, General Rahman Tribe, Major General Rabi, Major General Kekana, data and content. Our report will take the committee through in terms of the background, sequence of events, and one slide from PCI that then will demonstrate what the state of.
Chair, we can't hear. I can't hear, Chair. I don't know whether there's a problem. I can't hear.
The sound is very bad.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana, Honorable James. General Dimpani, apologies, the members indicating that the sound isn't great. There we go. I see you've moved forward. Let's try again. Thank you, General Dimpani.
Let me start from the beginning without wasting time. The chairperson, as well as the members of the committee, the Minister of Police, the PMs, the heads of entities present in the meeting, substantive all protocols observed. The chairperson is the team that is sitting with us. There's another team in Victoria. I am with the Deputy National Commissioners, General Msikidi, General Situmule, and General Huawei, General Kekana, the head of PSS, General Zamani, our head, General Joy, Lieutenant General Natiki, this is the team, General Rabi, General Gani, General Mati.
Apologies, Chair. It's Moses Koza from the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Yes, Honorable Koza.
It's very much unfortunate that we can't hear anything. So perhaps maybe if we can have a better way where
I see, Honorable Koza, thank you. I see that someone is adjusting the microphone. Let's try, otherwise we might need to add an additional device to hear it.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, DM, there we go. Yes, DM Boshelo.
Yeah. If we can allow them to switch off the video, maybe the audio will be a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, DM.
Hey, person, can I just test the mic now?
That's much better. I think that was General Rabi. It sounded much better, General.
Apologies, Chair.
That's much better. Yes, thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. Our report will be led by Lieutenant General Mpofu-Walsh and supported by the head of PSS, We will take the committee through the bit of background and the sequence of events, as well as a slide from the PCI, which will be led by General Nkosi Chair. It is a very short presentation. I am with the entire team from legal to the DNCs, including the head of the PSS, as well as General Nkosi. With that in mind, I would request General Nkua to take us through the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. You're more than welcome to go ahead, General Nkua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, our Acting Minister of Police, Deputy Ministers, the Acting National Commissioner, and all my colleagues that are connected. I hope, Chairperson, I am audible, and I hope that my video is also on. I can be seen.
It's perfect, General. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, as the Acting National Commissioner has indicated, we'll start with the background. It's a very short presentation. And as the SAPS chair, we became aware of the allegations of misconduct against General Rode and Sergeant Rekgoto in 2022. And these allegations involved an improper investigation into housebreaking with an intent to steal and theft of cash in foreign currency that took place on or about the 9th of February 2020 at Phala Phala Farm Waterberg in the Limpopo province. Investigating officers were appointed, Chairperson, to conduct an internal disciplinary investigation against the employees, as it is required by our disciplinary regulations. Whilst the investigation was ongoing, we received a public protector's report, which also necessitated that the scope of the investigation be extended to include the contents of the public protector report. And later on, Chairperson, we also received a recommendation from IPID. We received it on the 3rd of October 2023. And once again, the then commander of both the colleagues extended the scope of the investigation to include the IPID recommendations. Then the next slide, Chairperson, will talk to the sequence of events. If you can move straight to the sequence of events relating to General Rode. The then Divisional Commissioner of PSS, Chairperson, appointed an investigating officer, as I've indicated, to conduct an investigation against General Rode on a letter dated the 5th of September 2022. Then the public protector's report into the allegations of improper conduct against member of SAPS, dated the 30th of June 2023, was received, and the letter was acknowledged and responded to on the 25th of August 2023. The IO finalized the investigation, Chair, on the 6th of July 2023 and recommended that the disciplinary steps against General Rode be instituted. And once again, we received an IPID recommendation with that reference number. And IPID also made a recommendation that steps must be initiated against General Rode as well as Sergeant Rekgoto. And this report was received on the 3rd of October 2023. A letter was submitted to the Executive Director, Chair, informing IPID that we have initiated the disciplinary proceedings, and these proceedings was already initiated or implemented prior to the receipt of the IPID recommendation. Upon finalization of the investigation, which recommended steps to be taken against General Rode, the supervisor appointed a designated functionary on the 23rd of October 2023 to conduct an expeditious process in terms of Regulation 9.1 of the SAPS Discipline Regulations of 2016. On the 14th of February 2024, Regulation 9 functionary finalized the expeditious process and found Major General Rode not guilty on all charges. A report in terms of Section 30 of the IPID Act was delivered to the Office of the Minister of Police, to the Civilian Secretariat of Police, as well as to IPID on the 13th of May, as it is required by the IPID Act. Next slide is a sequence of events relating to the matter of Sergeant Rekgoto. The supervisor appointed an investigating officer to conduct an investigation against Sergeant Rekgoto on a letter dated the 16th of August 2023 for alleged misconduct in terms of the SAPS disciplinary regulations of 2016. The investigating officer finalized the investigation on the 24th of August 2023 and completed a substantiated report with findings that there was a prima facie evidence in which Sergeant Rekgoto had to be subjected to an expeditious process as contemplated in the SAPS discipline regulations of 2016. A Regulation 9 functionary was appointed to conduct the expeditious process on the 8th of March 2024, and the matter was finalized on the 12th of March 2024, and Sergeant Rekgoto was also found not guilty on all charges. And once again, a report was submitted in terms of the IPID Act on the 13th of May 2024. So the next slide is just giving in summary, Chair, what was recommended by the two institutions, the Public Protector as well as by IPID. Public Protector made 3 recommendations, Chairperson. The first recommendation was that steps must be instituted against the employees. The second recommendation was that the division must develop a VIP incident management policy. And the third recommendation was we must bring to the attention of all the members of the division PSS the contents of the national instruction relating to the registration of cases on case. We can confirm, Chairperson, that all the recommendations made by the Public Protector were complied with. IPID made one recommendation, Chair, that steps must be instituted against employees, and we can confirm that the IPID recommendation was also complied with. That is all, Chairperson, in as far as the disciplinary processes are concerned. I'm now going to hand over to, with your permission, of course, Chairperson, to Lieutenant General Nkosi to take the committee through the status of the criminal proceedings. I thank you.
Thank you, General. General Nkosi, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Just want to switch one budget.
Sorry, General, there's a really bad echo when you speak. I don't know if there's another speaker on in your office, possibly.
Let me try. Just to check, Chairperson.
It's still the same, General.
Well, I wonder what are the problems. We don't have any other gadget which are solutions. Chairperson, may I request that I switch the gadgets? I switch this one off. I bring a new one because this one is fairly busy.
Thank you, General. No problem. We'll give you a minute to do that.
Thank you. Let me exit.
What is happening, Chair?
He's just switching devices, Honorable Skosana. General,
Chairperson, just to check whether
much
I
better.
am back and audible now.
Perfect. Thank you, General Nkosi. It sounds fine.
Thank you very much, and my apologies. I think the technology decided just to disrupt me for a while. But the part of the presentation, Chairperson and the honorable members, which I will be taking you through, is the last two slides. In the one slide, we show, just to confirm indeed that there were criminal cases referred to us for investigation. And we finalized the investigation in all the cases. And to show the extent of the investigation, we refer to the number of statements which we obtained in totality to these allegations. And on the right side of the slide, we also show the amount of money that is involved in these particular cases. And to quickly then move to the second slide, which is the slide with the 6 cases. The first case, the investigation was conducted and finalized. And just to put into context that this is the first and the main case that was registered. They were offenses of corruption, money laundering, kidnapping, and assault as part and parcel of the charges that were initially registered for investigation. So we conducted thorough investigation through the PGI, the prosecution guided investigations, and we submitted this case to the NPA, of which it was then considered, and ultimately the DPP declined to prosecute. And then the second 2 cases on the very same slide, these are the cases which are currently before court. And these are the cases of house breaking and theft, and also the charge of money laundering or charges of money laundering forms part of these cases. And I can also confirm that the state has closed its case. It is now the defense case, and we are hopeful that these matters may come to an end sooner, but they are already court cases. The third case, which is the 300 Bela case 300 of 8/2022, that matter investigation also was fully investigated and finalized. And as indicated on the slide, the suspects were interrupted by patrolling police officers, and they abandoned their criminal activities. And the next case, which is the Bela case 556 of 4/2023, this is an ongoing investigation. I can also confirm to you, Honorable Chairperson and Committee, that the investigation has been finalized, and this case is currently referred to the NPA for further consideration and decision. And the last part, which is the kidnapping case, kidnapping coupled with assault. These are the cases also which the IPID presentation touched upon. Investigation as well was fully conducted, and the complainants in the matter, including the victims to the kidnapping, the alleged kidnapping, made statements which in which they withdraw the case, explaining themselves as to say there was no such crime that had taken place. So the investigation was indeed thoroughly handled and finalized. And also there was mention about the alleged corruption. I can also confirm that we obtained statements, including what is called bribery, although our law in South Africa now refers to corruption. We handled the corruption investigation and successfully concluded it, and there was no one charged for corruption as the outcome of the investigation revealed as such. Finally, with regards to the loot, the proceeds of crime, I can confirm that there was investigation conducted on the asset forfeiture investigations, identifying the assets and proceeds of crime, and 3 properties, one in Sundown, Cape Town, worth 1,775,000. We managed, in collaboration with the asset forfeiture investigation, who assist in taking these matters through court, to get the property forfeited to the state, and funds were paid into the criminal asset recovery account. Then we also had a property in the Western Cape, Kraaifontein City, worth also 300,000. Again, here we just await the CARA payment, but the forfeiture order has been granted by the High Court. The last property is at Tlhabane, West Extension, Township in Northwest as well. There was property also, a forfeiture order was granted by the High Court, valued at 980,000, and also we just awaiting the CARA payment. This is just to show that the extent of the investigation went beyond the crimes that were initially reported. I can just pause there. I think we have tried to clarify to the committee as far as it relates to the current status of the criminal cases. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, General Nkosi. I would just like to check with Acting Minister Kachalia whether there are any further remarks from the team before I open the floor for members to start with questions and discussion.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think it would have been helpful if General Nkosi had indicated, insofar as there are ongoing investigations, which charges and against whom those investigations are directed. But I would just like to say that as far as the independence of IPID is concerned, there have been suggestions that there has been executive interference in the work of IPID, both with regard to the investigation and the classification. And with the classification, when the classification decision was made, and then the decision to declassify. And I would like to take this opportunity to make it clear that throughout this process, the independence of IPID has been respected, and I believe that can be confirmed by Dr. Bela. I can also confirm that there has been no engagement at all through in this process between myself and the president. The report, IPID simply reported to me as it was required to do in terms of the Act. There have been a number of investigations, concurrent investigations by, as we've heard today, by the Public Protector, the DPCI, in these investigations, both the Reserve Bank and the revenue authorities have also had some role. So it does appear to me that we should be examining the extent to which what has been an extensive investigation has been underway. In your opening remarks, you did indicate a concern which I think is entirely appropriate, which is whether the political proximity of this case and the fact that senior police officers were involved had any bearing on the investigations relative to what would have been the case with lower-ranking officials. But one can see that actually, without commenting on the outcomes, that in fact this matter has received quite extensive consideration from an investigation point of view. But otherwise, I have no commitment, no other observations, and I'm looking forward to hearing the questions that will be put to IPID, the South African Police Service, and the DPCI. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting Minister. Colleagues, I'm going to open the floor to the members to engage. I would like to indicate that as per the norm, we will give 5 minutes per member. Remember that it's not the only opportunity that you will have to engage. So you can come back and ask more questions. Please make a note if one of your questions are not answered, and then I can come back and ensure that you do get the relevant answer. I would also then just to also ask that every member, when you speak, please switch on your camera, as noted earlier, for the sake of broadcasting. And then lastly, make sure you indicate whom you're asking the question to. So make sure if it's an IPID related question, you're asking it to IPID, that there's no confusion about that. I'm going to, before I allow the first members, I will put the timer on again, and I will then, I've already noted the Honourable Kola Barnard, after which Reverend Meshwe, after which the Honourable Skosana and the Honourable Muela. If you put up your hand, there we go, the Honourable James and the Honourable Zungula. I will, if someone does put up their hand as we move, I will note that. If I miss it, please just remind me or send me a message. Start with the Honourable Kola Barnard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, first to the SAPS. Does the SAPS use previous disciplinary outcomes or even sanction guidelines to ensure consistency in cases involving similar misconduct? That's the big question that's being asked. Is there special treatment given to someone perhaps of a higher rank? So that is an issue. And then how do you ensure that seniority, rank, or even political sensitivity doesn't affect the outcome of the disciplinary proceedings, or even allow for it to be delayed? Those are questions straight to the SAPS. And then on specifically to the Phala Phala matter, what range of sanctions is available if the members are found guilty on Regulation 5.3 provisions, and what factors will SAPS usually consider in determining an appropriate sanction? And also, if SAPS could please provide reasons for the not guilty finding. I think that's a big question I'm asking myself. And did you then dispute the factual findings made by the IPID, or was the disciplinary outcome based on procedural, evidentiary, or legal considerations? We've seen this in countless times where someone is found to be guilty on one side, but it goes to the SAPS and internal investigation and hearing finds them not guilty. So it is a huge issue. No matter what is being said, it's an issue. It always has been an issue. It's still an issue. So let's try and get to the bottom of that. And did you review regarding the implementation of the IPID's recommendations, particularly in relation to the alleged failures to report offences and failures to register a case docket? Did the IPID observe perhaps or participate in or provide evidence for the disciplinary process? Were you given an opportunity to clarify your findings? And was your evidence used in the disciplinary hearings? And then finally, can the SAPS please clarify whether members attached to the Presidential Protection Services are subject to the same disciplinary standards, procedures, and timelines applicable to other SAPS members? Because the general public do not think they in any way, shape, or form are subject to the same disciplinary standards. It seems an absolutely bizarre situation. Please clarify it for us now. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. I move to the Honourable Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and greetings to the Minister, his deputies, and all members on the platform. I just want to ask through 2 or 3 questions for now. And the first one, obviously, to the IPID, because to SAPS, my questions, possible questions have been addressed by Honorable Kola Barnard. Firstly, when IPID got a response from SAPS that after their investigations, they do not find him guilty of all charges. I want to know whether they demanded the answers and what answers were they given. And if they did not demand answers, what was the reason for that? And secondly, we are of opinion that failure to register a criminal act is a serious, it's criminal, because when criminality is observed, particularly those in high office, when they become aware of it, they need to report that. And linked to that, the third one is when an official, a senior officer, fails to register a case, this is also very serious, because it could be because of corruption that they don't register a case because they are covering for somebody. Now, IPID, when you hear that a case, when you discover that a case has not been registered, and it is known as it has also become public, what have you done about it? Did you let SAPS off the hook, or did you demand that you want reasons? Because they need to give reasons. They cannot just say, we failed to register a case and it ends there. Why? Why did they fail? And there must be action taken against it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Reverend Meshwe. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, good afternoon to the Deputy Ministers, to the Acting National Commissioner and the top management of the South African Police Service. I must say that I'm disappointed, Chair, but I'm not surprised that, you know, the IPID we are talking about, his integrity leaves much to be desired. And today it has shown beyond reasonable doubt that they are closing ranks, they are covering up one of their own. The issue of independence does not exist here. I can say this to you without any doubt. I'll start with the slides. During this SAPS investigation, did the investigation team engage the complainant, the public protector, and IPID itself? Slide 5.5. The SAPS letter submitted to IPID before the 3rd of October 2023. Was this not an attempt to influence and circumvent the proper oversight by IPID? They must finish us with a copy of that letter of the IPID, which was sent before the 3rd of October 2023. On the slide again, 5.6, you refer this appointment of the designated functionary on the 23rd of October 2023, pursuant to the completion of the SAPS investigation to conduct an expeditiously disciplinary process in terms of Regulation 9.1. Did you provide the presiding officer with copies of these reports obtained from the public protector on the 30th of June 2023 and IPID?
Honorable Skosana, can you hear us? Colleagues, I am not sure if it's just on my side, but the Honorable Skosana seems to have frozen.
No, it's not only on your side, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, DM. I will come back to the Honorable Skosana. He still had about 2.5 minutes left. I will then move to the Honorable Muela.
Yeah, Chair, I'm here.
Are you back again,
Chair,
Honorable Skosana? No, Honorable
yes.
Skosana, you weren't there for a while. You actually froze.
Yeah, there's something, I guess, of the, yes. Okay, can I just finish this one? I'll come back later, my last one.
You still have 2.5 minutes, Honorable Skosana. You can take your time.
Okay, thank you. The slide 8, that executive summary of Bela Bela, because I don't want to say I'm asking IPID and SAPS, I'm doing this once and for all. This executive summary of Bela Bela, case 93-06-2022, that they declined to prosecute, they NOLA prosecute. Can you please confirm if the NPA issued that NOLA prosecute on the 10th of October 10, 2024? I want to have that in writing. Who are these two suspects that remain outstanding, and where are they? What efforts have been made to locate the whereabouts? Can you please confirm that SAPS investigation has confirmed the stolen foreign currency, an amount approximately $580 US? Can you confirm that SAPS indeed can confirm this amount? How is that the finalized SAPS investigation, yet they state that it remains ongoing in the respect of Custom Exercise Act? And the issue that, well, I think it's General Nkosi, I don't think it's General Nkosi. I think when they said that the issue of Dr. Benjamin Chauke and Rode, they didn't find any guilty that they crossed the country illegally. Can they confirm that they crossed the country legally? Can we have that evidence that they've crossed the country, they went to Namibia legally? We want evidence to that. We want paperwork on that. We don't want gossip on that. Because I can tell you, Chair, that there's a lot here in this matter, this Phala Phala matter. I can rest assured IPID will deal with that, Chair, in our impeachment committee. All these shenanigans, all these cover-ups, which I suspect that this matter was not dealt with appropriately. And indeed, men and women, some of them, unfortunately, because some, they want to save their jobs, so they have to save. I mean, our law is very, very simple, Chair. And I think, Reverend Mesho, I just want to say that if something has happened to you, Chair, or anyone in this country, because we are all equal before the law, the president, they stole his money. He was supposed to be the one who's opening a case, not sending General Rode. General Rode is not there to cut them the pockets of the president.
Thank you.
I mean, himself is equal to everyone here. He was supposed to go to the nearest police station and open a case against whoever that he has lost money. But that money as well is for foreign currency, which is not supposed to have. It's a fact.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you.
Honorable Muela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also join my fellow honorable members to welcome both reports from the IPID from SAPS and DPCI, and also start by acknowledging the presence of the Minister, DM Dr. Bushielo, DM Matale, Dr. Bila, General Ngozi, and also the Acting National Commissioner, General Limbani. I also have few questions, Chair, in relation to both presentations that have been made here today, that I will need clarity on with regard to the presentation. The first question, clarity question, Chair, will be referred to IPID. The IPID investigation has established that a misconduct occurred and there was an answerable case, including failure to report crimes and authorized undercover operations. Given that SAPS subsequently found both Major General Rude and Sergeant Rekote not guilty on all charges, can SAPS provide reasons why IPID's findings were rejected to be implemented in that particular regard? Major General Rude and Sergeant Rekote were both subjected to the expeditious disciplinary process under Regulations 9, subsection 1 of the SAPS discipline regulations. Given much of what has come to light about the expeditious process under Regulation 9, was this process appropriate for handling such complex allegations involving high-ranking officials and the potential misuse of state resources in this particular regard? Given that DPCI was running a parallel investigation on the matter, did they make any criminal findings on any of the officials which was involved in this particular case in question? Can the minister, Honorable Chairperson, explain the exercise of his discretion in classifying and disclassifying the report? The report stated that the matter was classified to protect the integrity of the investigation. Subsequently, after the filling of the application for access to information, the report was then declassified, Honorable Chair. Where exactly do we draw the line between the right to have information made available to as an oversight body and executive discretion on classifications and executive's commitment to transparency? Those are 4 questions that I needed clarity on, Chair. I will then come back for the last bite. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. I then move to the Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Jay, and thank you so much for the reports. I must say that this entire matter reeks of cover-up and corruption. Firstly, I want to ask, did it really take IPID and SAPS 2 years after the incident occurred, 2 years to actually commence with investigations? Yet this matter was all over in the public domain. Why did it take IPID and SAPS 2 years to commence investigations? I also want to know, why is it that SAPS found Rude not guilty, yet you have a president having to inform presidential protection of a break-in at his residence? In my mind, this should have been the other way around, and yet Rude is found not guilty. I don't understand that. I also want to ask, everyone knows that money was found in a couch. Waar is die couch? Was this couch actually booked in as part of evidence? Because there's no pictures, nowhere. We don't hear anything about this couch. Instead, a crucial piece of exhibit was booked in and taken for refurbishment. Is that not grounds to charge the person that was investigating this matter? Secondly, also, on the actual day of the incident, Was the crime scene swept thoroughly? Which units were activated on the actual day, considering that this case was only reported to the Presidential Protection Team 24 hours later by the president who was in a different country? So let's start there. Let's start with the actual scene of crime. Was it cordoned off properly? Where is the evidence, this couch that everyone is speaking about? And just on that, why wasn't Rueda charged on that? Thank you, Chair. I'm going to leave it for now on those questions.
Thank you, Honourable James. I then move to the Honourable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. I wish Honourable James would have given me the 2 minutes she had outstanding. Chair, I just want to ask something when it comes to, firstly, the genesis of Wally Rhodes' involvement comes from, firstly, a meeting that he had with the president in Addis Ababa, where he was informed about the burglary. Following them in Hyde Park, where the president was informed about the amount that was stolen. Again, if you read the statement issued by the presidency on the 2nd of June 2022, where it says, once the president knew about this, he then informed Wally Rhodes to look into the matter for investigation purposes. Also, Wally Rhodes' statement affidavit, it's very clear that the president asked him to look into the matter and report back to him. Now, on the IPID report, which is 4.14 and 4.15, I just want to ask a direct question to IPID. That can you confirm that in the private farm of the president of South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa, the alleged suspects that stole undeclared dollars from the president were kidnapped and tortured by the head of the protection unit, which is Mr. Wally Rhodes, after President Ramaphosa informed the head of the PPU to look into the matter? So that is the first question I wanted to check. The second question is, when it comes to the report, when was the report shared with the minister and the president? Because it would be damning to find that the president was made aware of the report in 2023, yet even now, with all of these serious findings against Wally Rhodes, but Wally Rhodes is still the head of the Presidential Protection Unit. The third question is on 4.4 of the report, where you said Wally Rhodes did not submit or did not respond to questions. Therefore, can you say that Wally Rhodes did not cooperate with the investigation? And on 4.11 of the report, you said Wally Rhodes made a statement. What statement is that? Whereas on 4.4, you are saying that he could not cooperate, he did not submit, he did not reply to questions. And then on 4.11, as well as 5.22 of the IPID report, which is which deals with the unlawful instruction, I'm very cautious, Chair, that IPID is wanting to apportion the blame on General Mfazi, who is unfortunately deceased, therefore cannot answer on this particular aspect. So if IPID can tell us what evidence is there that confirms that indeed Rhodes reported the matter to Mfazi. And also, when you look at the Public Protector's report, paragraph 7.3.3, the conclusion there, the finding is that there's no evidence that suggests that General Mfazi was informed and at the same time gave an unlawful instruction. And also, there is a Philasande Dotyeni who submitted a sworn statement to Parliament in the ad hoc committee, where he confirmed that the Philasande Dotyeni is actually a SAPS crime intelligence, former SAPS crime intelligence analyst, where he says in that statement that General Mfazi was not at all informed about that unlawful instruction. Now, also IPID can give us an answer here that what did General Mfazi say in their own view? Was it to conduct just an assessment on the threat or to conduct an unlawful investigation? Now, if we turn to the issue of the real source of the unlawful instruction, there's only one person that knew about the theft, which is the president, in terms of what the law states. General Sithole, who was supposed to know, or Rod was supposed to report to, was not aware of that. So on what basis then does IPID establish that it is General Mfazi, so it was General Mfazi who gave the instruction and not the president? And secondly, the report states that the purpose of the PPU investigation was to recover stolen funds of the president. Now, are you making this assertion only on the fact that on the conduct of the PPU is the evidence of the presidential or top administrative instruction for the PPU to retrieve that IPID use such to establish this particular fact? And maybe, Chair, because of time, let me conclude now. Hopefully I'll come back because I've got other questions here.
Honorable Zungula, I'll gladly give you another minute.
Okay, thank you. So on section 4.5 of the report, it states that Rode told the president that he would report the incident to his superiors and revert back to him. You as IPID, did you really establish whether Rode indeed did ever update the president on what his superiors provided him and what were the details of that? Now, if we can also try and ascertain from you as IPID, what then would be the involvement of the president? Because it can't be a coincidence that the money that is stolen belongs to the president. Rode is informed by the president about this theft, and there are tortures and kidnappings that are done in the private farm of a president. And then you have the presidential envoy, Bejani Chauke, traveling with Rode, who is tasked to deal with this issue, going to Namibia where these suspects are coming from. So what was the level of engagement by Rode and the president on this issue? Thank you, Chair. I'll come back later for the others.
Thank you, Honorable Zungula. The Honorable Khoza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And we greet all our colleagues, the acting minister, the TMs, and the Lieutenant General Timpana. Chair, we all agree now, 4 years down the line, that the Phala Phala matter has raised serious public concerns regarding, even today, accountability. No one is being accountable for all the wrongdoings that have happened till today. Transparency is still questioned as whether the matter has been transparent enough in the face of the public. And the equal application of the law, particularly in relation to the conduct of members of the South African Police Service and the effectiveness of the civilian oversight institution. Chair, as Parliament exercises its constitutional responsibility of oversight, the economic freedom fighters seek clarity on the IPID and the SAPS on the handling of the investigation and the implementation of its recommendation, delays in the public disclosure, and the apparent absence of meaningful consequences despite findings of alleged misconduct. Chair, members have already said or perhaps asked similar question on this matter, but I will then summarize this to at least 3 questions. And I hope I will come back on the follow-up after the both the IPID and SAPS have responded to the question, Chair. Firstly, Chair, we note from the reports that number 1, it is said Major General Rode and Sergeant Ricordo were found not guilty on all charges, despite internal investigation recommending disciplinary action. What specific evidentiary or procedural factor led to their exoneration? Because that's of great concern, and I think many members wanted to understand as to what were the evidence that were brought or the procedure that led to them being exonerated. because IPID, we can all agree, found evidence of misuse of state resources, unauthorized investigation, false private claims, and conduct bringing SAPS into disrepute. On what basis were the implicated officers cleared on wrongdoings? And Chair, we want to understand, after the report from SAPS internal disciplinary procedure has been brought forth, what was then the steps that were taken by IPID, because they had a case and seemingly shows that we are dealing with a system here of SAPS that interrogate itself and come up with its own finding to protect one of their own. What was IPID's role after that? Does that suggest that IPID was then limited to act, or did IPID had any further steps to take on this matter? Because surely there's a case wherein the president must answer, or members of SAPS must answer on this. Chair, briefly, I also want to get to understand as to why did the SAPS extended the scope of its investigation multiple times only after receiving reports from the public protector in IPID, instead of proactively investigating all related allegations from the onset. It shows, Chair, that SAPS was never interested on this matter. They were aware, but never interested to deal with this case, because they should have been proactive in dealing with these cases. But unfortunately, they were not interested. Maybe perhaps they can take us into confidence as to what was their role before the public protector and IPID gave them these reports. And Chair, we also, the presentation states that all recommendations from both the public protector and IPID were complied with. What measurable reforms or accountability mechanism were actually implemented beyond initiating disciplinary proceedings? And lastly, Chair, if you may, considering that the corruption and money laundering complaint involving the case, the Bila case, was declined for prosecution, what gaps in the prosecution in the matter involving alleged foreign currency violation and large sums of cash? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khoza. That was very impressive. You got the time down to the T. I've noted the Honorable Shongwe next, and then I'm going to allow the Honorable Mahratsi, after which we will give opportunity for response before we go for the second round. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to my colleagues and nasesiphoyiseni sonke ngiyabingelela baphathi bakhona. Ngibingelela ominister bethu nama-deputies amabili. Chair, I've been covered largely by my colleagues in my questions. However, I'm left with the questions that have been sent by the public. Remember, I'm here because of the public. So I'm going to ask the questions first of the public, because mine have been covered. Bathe nginibuze ke ukuthi ke lento yenziwe iPID bayenza ngamabomu yini ukuthi badelele ama-South Africans? Umbuzo enguthunywe lowo, ngoba bathi they feel ukuthi bayadelelwa ngale ndlela le report ingakhona. Owesibili umbuzo, bathe angibuze ukuthi i-IPID imisela ukusebenza yini noma imisela ukusebenzela uRamaphosa upresident ngokumvikela, ngoba akwazeki ukuthi kube nezimali ezintshontshiwe kube khona abantu abasejele kodwa icala lilandelela ngendlela engaqondile. Bathe angibuze futhi ukuthi SAPS yonke ne-IPID kanye nominister, bathi angibayeke o-deputy minister ngoba banawo umsebenzi abakanikezwa umsebenzi. Bayimisele yini ukusebenza noma bafuna ukuqhubeka bavikele ubaba uRamaphosa kulobu bugebengu obenzakele basePhala Phala? Bathi angibuze ukuthi bacabanga ukuthi ama-South Africans ayiziphukuphuku kangakanani. Lowo mbuzo bathe angiwubuzisisa ukuthi baca i-IPID namaphoyisa onkana kule ndaba kababa uRamaphosa bacabanga ukuthi ama-South Africans ayiziphukuphuku kangakanani. Ngiyabonga Chair, ngizobuya sengibuza after. I'll ask my questions after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shongwe. I just want to apologize to the Honorable Derek, or I by mistake missed her name on my list, and she was meant to go before the Honorable Shongwe. So with that, I would like to give the floor to the Honorable Dereko, after which I'll go to the Honorable Maglatsi. Honorable Dereko.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be able to switch on my phone due to network connectivity. Chair, let me welcome the presentation and also greet the acting minister, deputy ministers, and the members who are on the platform. Chair, I only have 2 questions for the presentation that has been made. During the meeting that we had last week, where the IPID was presenting, they did indicate that one of their challenges that some of their recommendations to SAPS are not fully implemented by SAPS. And when you look at these reports that have been presented, you can see that there's the recommendations that are made by IPID, and when you go to the SAPS, it's another thing. So should this investigation be regarded as a practical example of a case where IPID recommendation may have not been fully implemented? And in this regard, how does the IPID investigation and the internal processes of the SAPS differ? And secondly, Chair, on the IPID, IPID report, it stated that the general road and the civilian traveled together to Namibia in June 2020, but it could not confirm whether the trip was lawful or unlawful. So how did then the SAPS investigation reach its finding on this matter where a civilian was part of the investigation, and what were their findings with regard to this particular civilian? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dereko. I then go to the Honorable Maglatsi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to all the colleagues. Greetings to the officials. I don't have much questions, Chairperson. Most of the questions have been covered. However, I would like to disagree with the general who said that they've went beyond what the case was required. Because if you find the victim saying that they are not willing to proceed with the case, and you just leave it like that as a state, representing the state against crime in South Africa, then you must know you did not go beyond. Now, my question now to SAPS then is, because IPID instituted the disciplinary and found that the suspect was actually guilty disciplinary, and the Hawks maybe criminally, they did not find any offenses. Did they include IPID during their disciplinary process as the institution that started the investigation? That is my first question. My question to IPID is, what took long for them to review the matter? And to answer the question, they must relate it to the IPID Act in terms of the timeframes to review the cases. And secondly, what informed them? What informed the decision to classify the document? And if they believe that it required classification, then how they decided to declassify it? What gave them, what informed them? Which classification system did they use? So I will take it from there, Chairperson. I will submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Colleagues, that I've noted the Honourable Shabani as well, but I will come back. I've allowed 10 opportunities now. I don't want to have any of the questions get lost on the list. So I'm going to come back to the Honourable Shabani to be first on the next round. May I then ask for Acting Minister Kachalia to assist in facilitating response? Minister Kachalia.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the questions, because they need to be addressed and answered. Let me just deal with matters that I think are within my knowledge and responsibility to respond to. On the question that Honorable Muela asked about the ministerial discretion when it comes to classification, the classification decision in the first place was made, I think, in 2023, before I was appointed. But in the report that we received today, it is indicated that IPID proceeded in terms of a provision of the Act on the initiative of the Executive Director, which is why I made the observation about the independence of IPID. With regard to the declassification, that indeed took place at the time when I am the executive authority, and I can confirm emphatically that Dr. Bela IPID did not seek my advice or intervention, and that I had no role in making then either the classification decision or the declassification decision. So there was no exercise of a ministerial discretion, and I'm not aware that there's such a discretion because IPID is an independent body. It is supposed to act independently, and if there are ways of strengthening IPID's independence in the view of the committee, I would be interested in exploring that question. If I understood Member Shongwe's question, because my Zulu is not obviously as good as his, I think it's important in a disciplined discussion to bear in mind that IPID has a very specific mandate to investigate police misconduct. That is so when it acts within the scope of its mandate, it's acting appropriately. If it acts outside of the scope of that mandate, then it's acting unlawfully. So it investigated within the scope of its mandate the conduct of two police officers, one a very senior police officer, and it came to some conclusions on the charges and made recommendations to the South African Police Service acting within its mandate. The third question that I will address is the important one about the relationship between IPID's mandate and the internal disciplinary processes of the South African Police Service. Because there is an issue here on which, again, the ministry would be interested in the views and the advice of the committee. So IPID makes the decisions, conducts investigations in terms of its legislative mandate, as it did in this case. There may well be questions that should be put to the IPID director as to the competence of the investigation and the conclusions that it reached. But it was acting as IPID, an independent investigative body, to deal with police misconduct. It then makes recommendations to the police service, which acts in terms of its disciplinary regulations. Those disciplinary regulations are governed by labor laws, including labor rights. And in the proceedings, in the disciplinary proceedings, in this case acting under the expedited process, once the investigators in SAPS, I mean, to be fair, had come to the conclusion that there was a case to answer the procedure, the expedited procedure under Regulation 9 was then invoked. Now, under Regulation 9, that provides for setting up of a tribunal. There's a presiding officer, a prosecutor, and the police officer who's charged will often be a member of one of the police unions and who is then represented, is entitled to representation. And in a proceeding like that, using different criteria with quite different dynamics, because that's not an investigation, that's a tribunal. The tribunals will then, in many cases, reach a different conclusion from that suggested by the IPID investigation. And there is a problem here, because as members are rightly pointing out, that inconsistency, or let me put it this way, the fact that different conclusions are reached might well then raise concerns about accountability. But my observation is that this happens frequently, not only in the specific case that is under consideration. And there certainly is a case to look at a reform. I have identified examining the disciplinary framework in SAPS as one of the elements that needs to be examined as part of what I've called the reset agenda. But it is certainly a matter that is going to have to be negotiated with the trade unions as well. That speaks to the questions that Honorable Dirako quite rightly raised. But apart from that, I would ask the heads of the various agencies and the police to provide explanations to the questions that have been put. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Acting Minister Gachalia. I just want to ask, before the heads of the institutions do start, when a question is answered, please address the person to which the answer is intended, just so that we make sure it doesn't get lost in translation. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. SAPS. I have two comments, and then I will hand over to General Muthala to then deal with the actual details in terms of questions that were responded to. There were two questions from Honorable Kola Barnard to say, is there special treatment when it comes to issues of discipline for senior managers, as well as those that are employed in PSS? The answer is no. There is no special treatment that I'm aware of. Everyone is subjected to SAPS disciplinary regulations, and there is no special treatment in this particular regard. As the Minister has indicated that there are areas of improvement, but the answer is no. All members, regardless of their rank, are subjected to these disciplinary regulations equally. With your permission, Chair, I will then hand over to Lieutenant General Muthala to respond to the details that relate to the questions that were asked. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers. Protocol observed. On the questions from Ms. Kola Barnard, whether the SAPS use the same regulations for disciplinary steps. Yes, indeed, we apply the same regulations. That's why even in this case, both for Major General Rode and also for Sergeant Reporter, the same Regulation 9 was applied to both of them. So it applies across whether junior non-commissioned officers and commissioned officers. And also there was a question about what lies within Regulation 5.3. It indicates the type of conduct that warrants disciplinary action. And there was also a question on whether the recommendations, whether IPID, I think, disputed the findings. I think that one IPID will respond. Whether did the SAPS review the outcome of disciplinary process? No, the mere fact that the report was submitted to IPID, it means from all accounting officers, the reports were actually the relevant processes. Different accounting officers were happy with the processes. Is the members of PPS subjected to the same disciplinary regulation? I think that one already I've covered. PPS, Presidential Protection Services, is within South African Police Service. So all laws, all regulations of the SAPS apply to all members of PPS and all members of the SAPS. To Honorable Skosana, did SAPS also include public protector and IPID reports? Yes, hence the delay, because we had to include all the recommendations in order that you don't finalize one investigation report only to reopen it again. Then it will be double jeopardy, and in terms of the labor laws, is not allowed. Honorable Muela, he asked whether Regulation 9 was that the adequate to utilize in this case. Yes, it was. The only difference is that the expeditious process actually allows that on the balance of probability for the presiding officer to consider all facts before him, and then in order for him to consider all facts. The second one from Honorable Moyela was Regulation 9. Whether does Regulation 9 indicate what forms of misconduct warrant expeditious process? The allegations that were recommended by IPID, because of the fact that they were serious in nature, and some of them involved criminal allegations of torture, kidnapping, and so on and so forth. So hence the Regulation 9 was then activated. The question from Honorable James, why did it take 2 years to finalize the matter? Hence I said we had to consider all the reports from every other report, including the public protest report and the IPID report, hence the delay. The issue of crime scene, I think IPID will deal with that. From Honorable Muzi, whether there was specific evidence or procedure did SAPS follow to find General Rode not guilty. The functionary, like I indicated earlier on, all presiding officers, we use the principles of looking at the evidence on the balance of probability. And the functionary is independent. The employer or the employee cannot, in terms of our regulation, they cannot interfere with the process which is presented by the functionary. So he or she works independently, and his outcomes are independent and not influenced by anybody within the SAPS. Then there was another question from, okay, this one, I think, on whether the SAPS is protecting either General Wali, Rode, like I indicated, our disciplinary process are subjected to fairness, to objectivity and impartiality. And like I indicated, no one from the management of SAPS interferes with this process. They are run independently, and therefore they are concluded also independently. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
The next set of questions, General Nkosi from the DCI can touch on the questions that are related to the criminal investigations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The responses first goes to the questions posed by Honorable Skosana. The one question related to us either having confirmed the amount that was the subject of the theft. We can confirm that from what was reported to us, which was the subject of the investigation, it's an amount of 580,000 US dollars. And that is confirmed through the statement made by the complainant in the matter. And further to confirm on the part of the letter that we received from the DPP, it's a letter dated the 10th of October 2024, where the DPP indicates that they have considered the available evidence in the matter and a decision was taken not to prosecute because the available evidence was not sufficient to proceed on the matter. Another question that was raised by Honorable Mwela, whether there were any criminal findings against the members of the SAPS. We can confirm that none of the members of the SAPS was implicated in our investigations, and we considered all the available facts at the time. And the facts then pointed out that there was a prima facie case against 3 individuals whom I can name because they are already appearing in court. Miss F. Joseph, Mr. D. Joseph, Mr. D. Emanuela. So these are the individuals who are appearing in court, and I can also indicate that the investigation also linked to other suspects who are still to be processed, and they are in a neighboring country, and we have finalized the mutual legal assistance request. So it's a matter that is continuing. The question raised by Honorable James, as far as it relates to the investigation of the scene of crime, from the DPCI perspective, we can just confirm that the crime occurred in 2020, somewhere in February, and the cases were referred to us for investigation in June 2022. So we came at a later stage in the investigation, and preliminary investigations were not part and parcel of what we did. There was a question, just that in my notes I was writing quickly. I can't recall the name of the honorable member, but it's a question that deals with gaps in bringing the money in the country, whether they have been identified as the matter was nulled. There was a decline to prosecute. In response, we can just indicate that the exchange control regulations are managed by the Reserve Bank, and also just to indicate that in terms of our investigations, we also approached the Reserve Bank for affidavits and explanations, of which they did give their explanation, which was documented and then captured as part of the investigation report, which the prosecutors considered. But on the issue of the gaps then in the legislation or their regulations, I believe it's a matter that we can always take up with them to look at. And the last question for the DPCI that came from Honorable Mahlati, just to indicate that the comment he made that he does not believe that we went beyond just to give extra explanation to the committees that we obtain statements from other individuals who were not necessarily the victims. Some, as an example, relatives to the individuals who were the victims, because we had one complainant who complained about missing individuals and also the issues of the possible kidnapping. So statements were obtained from the complainant, the victims themselves, and the SECRI, or the people whom the investigation pointed out as potential witnesses. I can just end the Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This will then conclude responses from SAPS for this round, as perhaps we hand over to IPID. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General Dimpane. Dr. Bila.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I think the most critical aspect is to firstly to address the question of classification, declassification aspect, because it has been asked and it becomes a contentious issue. I need to indicate that in line with our presentation, we have given clarification as to why did we classify the report as top secret. We took into account that there were other investigations which were happening. Part of that was the one conducted by DPCI, and to that effect, we were also sharing information. So we could not be able to undermine the integrity of a parallel investigation, and also to respect those who were flagged before they appear anywhere. We have clarified that. And upon realizing that DPCI's investigation is no longer gonna affect our process, we had to go back to the drawing board and we took a resolution to declassify the report. So I thought that is very critical. There is a question which was asked by Honorable Ref Misho and also Honorable Muila, Honorable Kosa, and Honorable Direko, insofar as to what did the IPID do upon realizing that the SAPS came to the conclusion of not guilty outcome. Mr. Ramafuku will deal with such a question. Honorable Ref Misho also asked to say, is it not a worrisome issue if one investigates a crime without registering a case docket? Yes, of course, it is a worrisome issue. Hence, we have finding a negative recommendation on this. So, yes, it is a worrisome issue. Honorable Kosa asked about the specific letter from SAPS, and I will want to believe that as much as it was not clear, that talked to a letter of initiation in line with Section 30 of IPID Act. Mr. Ramafuku will clarify more insofar as such is concerned. The question asked by Honorable James insofar as timelines was responded by SAPS, and of course we concur with the clear articulation in that regard. Coming to Honorable Zungula, who asked more technical questions insofar as the nitty-gritty of investigation Mr. Kfelaka will deal with some of such, but I'm of the view that some of the questions fall within the ambit of process of reviewing the report, and this exercise is not considering such, but dealing with the merits of recommendation. But I just want to indicate the question of kidnapping, to say, why did IPID not come up with a negative finding insofar as allegations of kidnapping is concerned? It was clear from our presentation that there was a nulla prosequi outcome on the very same issue. And as a result, we could no longer resurrect a dead case. So it was unsubstantiated as a result. So we could not go beyond such. Honorable Kosa asked on the question of us not dealing with the reviewal part, and of course that will be responded to. There is this strategic question which was asked by Honorable Shongwe, and I think this is a pertinent question as to why did IPID not, having gone to other areas opposed to in line with our mandate. IPID is expected to investigate SAPS members as well as MPS. We do not go beyond such area insofar as scope is concerned, meaning that we do not investigate civilians. We only investigate within our mandate. And the mandate is very central to SAPS members as well as MPS. And I think the minister also expanded on that, and we think that one is covered. So I will hand over to Mr. Kfelaka, followed by Mr. Ramafu, insofar as the responses are concerned. Mr. Kfelaka.
Dr. Bila, I just want to check, is he still with us?
Yes, Chair.
Audible, Chair.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I will just repeat myself that with regard to the question that was posed by Honorable Kolabana as to whether IPID participated in the proceedings, IPID was never summoned to attend to such proceedings. It does happen that in some instances we are summoned to come and testify, but in this instance, IPID was not invited. And with regard to the question that was posed by Honorable Skosana regarding the letter that was sent by the SAPS to IPID, I would believe that the letter was supposed to have been sent by SAPS because in terms of the IPID Act, the SAPS, it's required by law to initiate the disciplinary steps within 30 days, and as such, it is in compliance with the Act. And The issue that relates to Honorable Zungula with regard to whether IPID can confirm that the torture and the assault and kidnapping, I want to emphasize that that part was exhausted to the extent that, Chairperson, the investigation went to the extent of reaching out to the alleged victims and interviewed the alleged victims, and they vehemently denied that they were ever tortured, assaulted, nor kidnapped. So it was highly impossible, and we are talking about a matter here that was already withdrawn, and with all of them, the complainant and the victims, having submitted the withdrawal statements. And the reporting of the matters to line manager. Yes, in terms of what we were informed that General Rode indicated that he reported the matter to the late General Mfazi. But when we look at the organogram dictated that he should have reported the incident or informed his senior that in accordance with the organogram was the National Commissioner at the time, General Khetla Sithole, who then indicated in his own affidavit that such was not reported to him. And there was a question as to that there are conflicting statements that General Rode at some point did not submit his statement, and that on the other hand, IPID, it's alluding to the fact that General Rode shared certain information. Chairperson, I want to confirm that during the investigation, we have indicated that we were able to engage with other departments because we were aware that we are dealing with one matter. And in the process, we were able to share information that was meant to address the problem. And in our case, because we were dealing with the issue of misconduct, we found it prudent to use the information that was available and useful to us. Hence, we had to consider the information that was shared with us either by the DPCI or by the public protector. And with regard to the concerns raised by Honorable Shongwe, indicating that there were concerns from the communities, we do understand, and but IPID can confirm that it would always do its utmost best to conduct its work to the best satisfaction of the communities. I think I will hand over to.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. We'll hand over to Mr. Ramafuku, Head of Legal Compliance, who will deal with aspects which are legal in nature. Over to yourself, Mr. Ramafuku.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members, Minister, Deputy Ministers present, and members of the committee, colleagues from South African Police Service, Executive Director of IPID. I would like to address the committee on two issues. The first one, the whole notion of classification and declassification. I'm alive to the fact that the Honorable Minister has spoken to it, but I want to delve into issues relating to legality with respect to this aspect. IPID exercised its own discretion in classifying the investigation report. As indicated earlier, the purpose of classification in this instance was to protect the integrity of IPID investigation and to avoid trampling on the process that was already underway through the Hawks. Because there was cross-pollination of information between different institutions during the investigation of this particular matter. So IPID found it prudent to ensure that our report is classified so that the names of people that were flagged as persons of interest, whose names are now out in the public, would not have been put out in the public prior to the finalization of the criminal investigation. We would appreciate that when investigation is conducted and the names are already flagged, that is prejudicial to the suspects, if you like, and to the persons of interest in this particular matter, General Ruode and Sergeant Ricotta. IPID recognized the fact that classification can only be done on 3 levels in terms of the minimum information security standards, and that is restricted, confidential, secret, and top secret. So the classification was classified as top secret, relying on clause or paragraph 3.44 of the MIS, the Minimum Information Security Standard, as indicated to protect the integrity of the investigation. There was no influence whatsoever from anyone. And Chairperson, if you allow me, let me also indicate that this was not the first investigation report ever classified by IPID. Several reports have been classified, and we have not had challenges in dealing with them in that particular fashion. With respect to the question as to why IPID did not review, having noted that there was a conflicting finding on the basis of the investigation conducted by the South African Police Service, would like to submit that, firstly, discipline is a management function. In other words, IPID investigates, make negative recommendations. However, the finalization of the process of disciplining the member that is alleged to have committed a misconduct is a process that is exclusively in the terrain of the management of South African Police Service or Municipal Police Service. So IPID, prior to the amendment of the Act, would not have stepped in and question the manner in which our investigation report was handled by the South African Police Service management. However, the 6th administration noticed the lacuna that existed and have amended the provisions of Section 30 of the IPID Act to ensure that there is also accountability. In other words, when management do not or does not apply the recommendations by IPID, they need to give good reasons and account on their decision not to initiate, or if they have initiated and found otherwise, such a report must be provided in full. However, this process is awaiting the finalization of the IPID regulations, which will give more clarity in terms of the process of enforcement of the IPID recommendations. But we are forever grateful as IPID that the gap that existed prior to the amendment of the Act has now been addressed. I think I have covered the 2 issues.
No, thank you, Chairperson. And of course, I need to conclusively indicate that IPID operate independently. We operate without undue influence from anybody. I think that should be on record. I think that is very critical. And for us is to try by all means that as we do our work, we are more trusted by the community, Honorable Shongwe, and also be feared by those who found themselves in the wrong side of the law. So that's how we balance the act. And over to yourself, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Bila. Thank you to all the responses. I'm going to open the floor again. I've already noted the hands of Honorable Skosana. What would you like to say?
The follow-up, Chair, I've been not answered in terms of...
I know, I'm going to give everyone an opportunity to highlight if they haven't been answered, Honorable Skosana. I noted that you weren't answered. I will come to you now. I just want to note, I've noted the Honorable Shabane, then the Honorable Skosana, then the Honorable Zungula. If other members put up their hands, I will give them an opportunity too. Honorable Zungula, would you like to say something?
Yes, Chair.
No, thanks.
I wanted to check, Chair, is it not much better if firstly we deal with the questions not answered in the first round instead
100%.
of going to the second round?
Yes, 100%. In fact, if the Honorable Shabane will be patient with me, if there are questions that weren't answered, I think that's a good suggestion by the Honorable Zungula. I'm going to allow them first then, and then we will come back for a second round of unrelated questions. If I may then start with the Honorable Skosana, and then move to the Honorable Zungula. Honorable Skosana.
Chair, thank you very much. I guess, Chair, the issue which I've asked about evidence, I've spoken about the 580, whether that money is 580,000 US dollars. And I think the answer was, yes, it was, but it's not conclusively. When he answered that, you know, that is there any evidence? Was that money counted? Where is that money kept? Because we've got the two different versions of how much was kept in those sofas and mattresses at Phala Phala. Now, the issue as well about General Rode and Bejan Chauke, I have asked for an evidence. He did not commit, they didn't commit themselves that they'll give us that evidence that they crossed the country legally, you know, when they went out. And as well, Chair, because why I was asking that question, it's simple, Chair. You know, you don't need to have a PhD degree because this issue of that IPID is independent, as his closing remarks. If it's independent, they will have asked the CPI and the public protector, you know, if they are independent, really independent. Because for me, they are contaminated when it comes to that independence because they rely on other collaboration. In other words, they co-collude. If one state institution get it wrong, they're going to get it wrong as well. Now, the issue as well, which I asked about Ricoto, what were the charges preferred against Wally and Ricoto? Because the way he's answering, I'm not convinced, Chair. And the photographic evidence to support the claim, can we get that? Not necessarily from the media, from the IPID itself or from the police. And as well, as a follow-up on that, why I'm keep on asking that question, Chair, is that the mother opened a kidnapping case. What made her believe that her children were kidnapped if they were not kidnapped? Now, the issue of Wally Rode and Ricoto cannot be left unattended. But for now, Chair, I just wanted to get an answer on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. I asked specific questions which were not answered. The first question, it is 4.14 and 4.15 of the report states that there was a Mr. Nick that arrived in Phala Phala while General Rode was there. And this man had a suspect called Thomas and his hands were tied. That is torture, especially when there is no case. So you can't then say there was no torture. So IPID can answer on 4.14 and 4.15, what is that? What happened in Phala Phala in relation to 4.14 and 4.15? The second question I asked that has not been answered, it is General Mfazi, or the root of the unlawful instruction. Because on 4.11 and 5.2.2, they state that Wali Rode operated in a manner that is unlawful and illegal, and it is due to an instruction that came from General Mfazi. The question I asked there, what evidence is there to suggest that General Mfazi indeed did give the unlawful instruction? Because according to the protocol of SAPS, Rode was supposed to report to to General Sithole. However, he did not do so. So what evidence is there to suppose that General Mfazi is the one who gave that instruction? And I also asked, that instruction, was it to give, was it for a preliminary investigation or was it to conduct this unlawful investigation? I also asked, when this report was finalized, was it given to the minister and the president, and when was it? And I even asked on 4.4 of the report, you said there that Rode did not respond to the questions. And then I asked, was that not a matter of him not cooperating with the investigation? The other issue I asked, therefore, was with regards to the president, to say that on the 2nd of June 2022, the presidency did say there was a burglary, and the president reported to Rode, instructed Rode to look into the matter and investigate. Now, I then asked that, is that not plausible to say that the president was involved? Because it's him that gave the instruction. It's in his farm in which the people were actually tortured. It is his money that was stolen. And Rode traveled with his advisor to Namibia, where the suspects are coming from. The question I did ask, and I was very clear in asking this question, if IPID was able to blame incorrectly, in my view, or apportion the blame of the unlawful instruction to to General Mfazi, did they check the level of involvement of the president? Because the instruction, even if you read the affidavit of Rode, it's very clear. The president said, deal with this and report back to me. So the level of reporting back, did you look into that as IPID? Yeah, I think those were the few questions. And I want to propose, Chair, if we don't get answers, perhaps we may need to ask IP to physically come to Parliament, because we can't be asking questions and then the.
Thank you, Honourable Zungula. I agree with you. I've noted the hand of the Honourable Ghana. Honourable Ghana. Honourable Ghana, I just want to make sure, is it a follow-up question? If it's a second round question, I'll come back to you once we've dealt with these.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to the team. So remember, I was speaking in the budget vote debate, and I did text you to say, can I please ask my questions in the second round? Because when the first round was happening, I was also delivering a speech in the health budget vote debate. So with your concurrence, I would like to make the full input to the meeting and not be limited to 1 minute. I don't know if you can please give me.
No, that's no problem, Honourable Ghana. We're just doing the quick follow-ups for questions that weren't answered before we start with the second round of questions. When we start with the second round, I'll give you the full complement of time to ask all of your questions. Okay.
Thanks.
I then move to the Honorable Khoza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think we can all agree from the responses that we've just received here. It's very much disappointing that we are going to spend a whole day without getting even a clearer picture as to perhaps where are we now in terms of saving our justice, where is the recourse on our issues. I can tell you now, Chair, as the Honorable Sungula have said, maybe perhaps we will need to call them to the House to respond, because we will be wasting the whole time here asking them one and the same question without them even trying to give us any perhaps tangible responses. They are giving us their own general understanding, whereas from the acting minister who have been telling us or giving us general statements instead of responding to direct questions that we are asking as members of this portfolio committee. So, Chair, we are just doing another round now to do follow-up questions with the hope that maybe perhaps they will give us justifiable responses, but I doubt. But maybe perhaps we'll hear from them now as they respond to our questions. Chair, I asked the question earlier on, and I can state it now that there is no clear response. I think it's just two questions. One of them says, the presentation states that all the recommendations from both the public protector and IPID were complied with. If that's the case, what measurable reform or accountability mechanism were actually implemented beyond initiating disciplinary proceedings? Just to further explain it, Chair, we all agree that there are several cases that were found by IPID here. Evidence of misuse of state resources, unauthorized investigation, false travels, and conduct that brings SAPS into disrepute. Those are cases which are there. Whether you are saying they are not guilty or they are guilty, those are cases. What are the reforms that were taken beyond just disciplinary hearings? Are we saying after they were found not guilty, nothing was then, no actions were then taken thereafter as recourse, or perhaps no action were then taken to try and hold those that use false travel claims, apprehended members without any case that was open, tortured members of the public or tortured the victims. In fact, they also kidnapped them. So are we saying to all those claims, Chair, if they were found not guilty, does that mean or suggest that there is no case that it's being persecuted, or there was no perhaps form of corrective measures to those SAPS members who happened to participate in those illegal, unlawful participation? Are we saying there's nothing? And if there's any, can you be honest with us and tell us that beyond the initiated or beyond the disciplinary proceedings that were taken by SAPS, these are the measurable reforms or accountability mechanisms that were actually implemented? Tell us here, take us into confidence that these were the members who commit from the SAPS, who committed the following, and then these are the following members who were then put into test, or perhaps who were made to account on all the following wrongdoings. Can that be responded directly without giving us general statements? And lastly, Chair, before I sum it up, we must be clear to SAPS members and IPID and even the Hawks that those that are giving you this false mandate to protect them, those individuals will soon be arrested, and after them, it will be you who will be arrested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khoza. I then go to the Honourable James.
Chairperson, thank you so much. I asked such simple questions and still they weren't answered. I simply asked, why is it that it took both IPID and SAPS 2 years to commence investigations? That is what I asked. I also asked if the crime scene was properly swept, even though there wasn't an official case registered, if the crime scene was officially swept, if you had your likes of, the people coming out to do fingerprints and all of that, was that done? I also asked, where is the couch? We've all heard about this couch. The money was stashed in a couch. That forms part of key evidence. And how will this case have a proper outcome if the evidence wasn't booked in and yet we found Rhoda not guilty? I'm asking again, almost $500,000 of money. That is a lot of money. And we were told it was stashed in a couch. Ek wil sien hoe lyk die couch. Does this couch have a hidden safe in it? Where is the couch that was meant to have been booked in? Yet we found Rhoda not guilty, and evidence is missing from a crime scene that wasn't properly swept. Those are very basic questions that hasn't been answered, Chair. Please can my questions be answered? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable James. I will then hand back over. May I go to General Dimpane first, and then after that go back to Dr. Bila. General Dimpane.
Thank you, Chair. General Muthala and General Nkosi will share on the responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members. Protocol observed. On the follow-up question on the issue of reform, I can indicate that in terms of the recommendations by Public Protector, the first one for disciplinary steps to be instituted against employees, that was done. The second one, development of, there was also a recommendation that there must be a policy that guides members to within protection services, PSS and PPS, to report incidents or crimes within the directorate. The development of VIP incident management policy was finalized by the SAPS and submitted also to the Public Protector. There was also one other recommendation that indicated that the national instructions or directives that guide members within the SAPS on the registration of cases, the national instruction relating to this aspect was also circulated to all members within PSS and PPS. And in terms of the IPID recommendations for disciplinary steps to be instituted, it was done, as I've indicated, in terms of SAPS disciplinary regulations. And then on the one for Honorable Derlin, why it took IPID and SAPS almost 2 years to finalize the matter. From our side, we had to take into consideration all the reports, both that we're seeing dominating in the media space, and also the IPID recommendation, which came around October, the 3rd of October, and also the Public Protector's report. So hence, after that, there was appointment of functionaries around October, and all matters were finalized as a result, the latest one by March 2024. That's my submission, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We can over to General Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The first response will deal with the question raised by Honorable Skosana regarding the confirmation of the actual amount that was involved in the particular crime. Just to indicate that when complainants and witnesses reports a matter to us, they will indicate what is the actual prejudice or the actual loss, and we will rely on that. And should there be evidence that comes to the fore during the investigation, such evidence will be followed up and catered for. But I can assure the committee that what was reported to us and investigated was also presented in court during the hearings. It was acceptable, and that is how we also managed we had a strong case, and that's why we are done with our case now. And it remains for the defense to lead its case on the matter. And on the question raised by Honorable James, just to deal with the time delay, I just want to indicate that it is alleged that the crimes occurred in 2020. And the report that was received by the SAPS about the commission of these offenses was only in 2022. That is why also the case reference numbers, they reflect the year 2022, because that is the time when the crime was reported to us. So we investigated, and also our members, when they handled this matter, visited the crime scene, and the coach, which is inquired of, was not found at the premises. And I think, not even think, the evidence that has been led up to now in court is sufficient to prove the actual theft. And during the leading of the evidence, the coach was not the subject of the debate or evidential material that was questioned in court. I can just end there. I think I have responded to the two parts that required the DPCI. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you to the DPCI team. I then go to Dr. Bila.
I just want to firstly deal with the question from Honorable James insofar as the timelines are concerned. It is on record that the matter was brought to the attention of IPID on the 11th July 2023. Hence, with 2022, my apologies for that. And that is where we started our investigation. So the time lapse between 2020 and 2022 is accounted for based on the time we received the allegation. And it was received from Honorable Zungula, who is also in the House. There was a question from Honorable Skosan insofar as what were the charges against General Rod and Sergeant Ricoto. Mr. Kfelakai will deal with such, and also questions from Honorable Zungula. Over to you, Mr. Kfelakai.
Thanks, Doctor. I will start off by talking to the questions that were posed by Honorable Skosana as to what were the charges that were made against the General as well as the Sergeant. Number one, Honorable Skosana, it's not reporting prescribed offences in terms of Section 13, subsection 2 of the SAPS Act 68 of 1995. And we have details on the presentation there. And then B, conduct an undercover investigation and lawful apprehension of suspects. And the third one was conduct an undercover investigation and lawful apprehension of suspects as well. And the other one, unlawful use of official government resources. I think you might have heard that there were travelings that were undertaken to areas such as your Cape Town and Uppington, so that there were accommodation and vehicles that were used. And the other concern was with regard to the kidnapping case, which you emphasized, and I believe that you didn't perhaps maybe get it right. We did, as IPID, followed up on the matter at the Bela Bela police station with the station commander and the branch commander, and indeed we were able to be favored with the copy. Subsequent to that, IPID proceeded to the family, the victims, as well as the mother who was the complainant of kidnapping. And what became a concern was that they denied the knowledge of the case. They said they never ever opened this case. And they were very, very much apprehensive, maybe to be precise, very much apprehensive, and didn't want to actually speak to IPID investigators. And their reasons were as follows: that one, they are being visited on a daily basis by different people saying they're from the newspapers, some from televisions, so that's why they were a bit uncomfortable. And with regard to Nick, on the one that was brought tied with the rope, we tried to explore the investigation in this regard. However, we were unfortunate to get information insofar as the torture of with regard to the person who was brought by Nick. And also we tried to verify as to who Nick was and who Thomas was. We had a challenge in that regard. And to talk to the issue of General Ruode, having said that he had reported such matters to General Mfazi, we engaged with the statements that we sourced from other law enforcement agencies who were dealing with the same matter, because General Ruode didn't respond to the questions that we posed to him. But however, we spoke to the witness, who was the former General Sithole. He confirmed that indeed he was not informed. So that's where we drew the inference in regard to him having not informed his line manager. And with regard whether Honorable Zungula, as to whether we were aware that the president reported to General Ruode, and the extent of the president's involvement. Chairperson, I want to confirm that our investigation was mainly into the misconduct of the police in dealing with the matter. So hence we were more focused on the conduct of the police. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, Honorable Chair, on that note, I will hand over to yourself, and of course, we will await further
Thank you, Dr. Bila and General Dimpane. Honorable Zungula, I think there are some of your questions that are still not answered. I will give you time again.
Yeah, Chair. Perhaps we need to just ask IPID, even if it's next week or the week after, they must just come physically appear before Parliament, because I don't think it's working, this arrangement. They are blatantly avoiding answering questions. The first question that they've refused to answer: when the report was finalized, when was it shared with the Minister and the President? And then on the second issue,
Sorry, Honorable Zungula, pause right there. Dr. Bila, can you answer that Honorable Zungula asked now? Apologies for interrupting you, Honorable Zungula. I just want to make sure we get answers. Dr. Bila?
Chair, what we normally share is the outcome, not the report. Similarly, like in terms of section, in line with what we have issued to the those who have requested in line with PAIA, we have shared the outcome of investigation. The report remains very much with ourselves, and we do not share.
What's that?
Thank you, Dr. Bila. Before you continue, Honorable Zungula, I see Minister Kachalia would like to give clarity. Just give a second, Minister Kachalia.
Sorry, Chairperson. No, I wanted to respond to some issues and the questions that were directed at me, if they, when you permit me.
Minister, I will come to you now. I'm just trying to get clarity on the questions by the Honorable Zungula. Dr. Bila, apologies if it sounds like we're just being difficult, but it's a very simple question. When was the report given to the President, and when was the report given to the Minister? And it is very important that we get answers to these questions, because it would determine and also give an indication to some of the questions that were asked by the Honorable James. It would give us a good indication of the reason that things have actually been taking so long, and whether there was any undue influence. Honorable Zungula, may I ask that you continue with your questions, and maybe we can try again then with Dr. Bila. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. The second question I asked was in relation to the evidence that suggests that indeed there was an unlawful instruction from General Mfazi. I asked for evidence. What evidence? You said you worked with other institutions, yet 7.33 of the Public Protector report states that there is no proof that Rode reported the matter to General Mfazi. So can you provide evidence? What evidence do you have that suggests that General Mfazi did give this instruction, and was it an instruction to do an assessment or to conduct the rogue operation? That's the second one. I'll wait, Chair, because I'll wait for the answer, then I'll go to the last question.
So, Honorable Zungula, am I understanding you correctly for your second question? That's an answer that needs to be given by SAPS, correct? Or by DPCI?
IPID, because IPID says on their report in terms of 4.11 and 5.2.2 that there was an unlawful, yeah.
Okay, now I understand. You want clarity from that side of the report. Okay, Dr. Bila?
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. The sharing of a report was after informing him that we have declassified the report, and because the decision was independent. So, and it was important because questions which come from Parliament goes to the Minister to say, asking about classification as much as we become independent in terms of responding to that. But that was upon us informing the minister that I cannot have the exact date, but that was after we had informed him that we are declassifying the report. And we were not asking for either recommendation or approval. It was just for noting. So I can indicate upon that there were safeguards. I cannot remember the exact date. Thank you.
Are they, Honourable Zangula, how do you feel about the answers? We can come back again, but I'm starting to feel the same as you, that we might have to have that physical session.
Yeah, Chair, because the question I just asked now was regarding evidence that suggests that General Mfazi did give that unlawful instruction. The answer speaks to an earlier question, and still there's no answer to say when was the report sent to the president. So I'm not being answered.
Go ahead, Dr. Bila.
Chairperson, the report was never sent to the president. And hence, unless if I'm not aware, but it will not have been sent because even the minister received the report at the end tail as part of the classification process, just to let him aware that we have declassified the report. So we have never met the president and we have not shared the report with the president. So that should be on record. We have never done that. There was a second question insofar as General Mfazi is concerned. Mr. Kefela will deal with that because it is more of a technical question. Mr. Kefela.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, just to put it in simple terms, we have indicated that we posed certain questions that were in writing for General Rode to respond to, and he didn't provide a statement to that effect. But we also indicated that as and when this investigation was conducted, we would then share information with other law enforcement agencies or entities within government. And based on the analysis on the documents that we had at our disposal, it was clear that Major General Rode might have conveniently said he had communicated with the late General Mfazi, because at the time he was no more. And but we also took note of the fact that whilst he is saying that, we then also liaised with General Sitod, who then clearly made it clear that he was not informed about this trip to Uppington and Namibia, and that over and above. In fact, he said he was misled by General Rode so that he could approve the trip. Hence, the recommendations that we made spoke to the resources. And when you go deeper into details in the files that we shared with the SAPS, then it would demonstrate that this is the kind of information that brought us to this recommendation.
Thank you for now, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Bila and team. Yeah, I think we're going to come back to it again, because I still think that there may be discrepancies in the question, in the answers. Apologies. I've now seen a whole list of hands going up in terms of response, but I'm still dealing with the questions that weren't answered. Honorable Zungula, I am going to come back to you again. I just want to ask for the other honorable members, are there specific questions that have not been answered yet?
Oh, yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Honorable Skosana,
Yes, sir.
I'm going. Okay, Honorable Shongwe, I've noted you, and Honorable Skosana. Honorable Skosana, I'm going to give you a minute to just re-ask the questions, and then we'll get the
Chair.
answers, and then I will move to the Honorable.
Chair,
Who's called me now?
No, it's Ghana.
Honorable Ghana, yes.
Whilst I respect your authority to give the third round to the same members, I had asked to come in, and I would like to come in because effectively we are now dealing with the interaction. So I would like to ask my questions and then they can be answered. I don't want to come back. Can I ask my questions?
Yeah, no, Chair. No, Chair.
No,
I
hang
don't
on.
agree.
Honorable Skosana, it's not up to you. Honorable Ghana did ask, and he was at a different budget hearing as well. We had to make a discussion, make a speech. Honorable Skosana, stop interrupting me.
No, but Chair, it's not
Honorable
fair. We were
Skosana,
there
stop
as well.
interrupting me. If you're going to continue interrupting me, we're going to mute you. We've had a very good meeting. It's been a constructive meeting. Let's keep it that way. Honorable Ghana, I know you have to board a flight as well. Is it okay? Can I give you 3 minutes to ask your questions from where we can continue with the discussion?
Yes, I will do it in less than.
May I ask Chairperson? Sorry,
Hang on a
Chairperson.
second, Honorable Ghana. Yes, Minister Kachalia.
Chairperson, there have been a few questions put to me. I'm not sure at what point you'll be affording me an opportunity to respond to the very specific ones, but I'm subject, of course, to your direction. I'm just indicating. Okay, thank you.
100%. Thank you, Minister. Honorable
Just
Ghana.
a quick one, Chair. I just want to understand the allowance of being interrupted. I see Honorable Ghana can interrupt. The minister can interrupt, they are allowed. But Skosana, once he interrupts,
Honorable Shongwe, that's not accurate. That's not accurate.
I just want to understand.
He interrupted me 3 times. I tried to answer him, Honorable Shongwe. I tried to answer Honorable Skosana 3 times.
Yeah.
He interrupted me on all 3 times. Honorable Ghana interrupted me once. I listened to him. I answered him. Honorable Skosana didn't afford me the opportunity to answer him 3 times. And that was the reason for me saying that please don't interrupt me again. We've had a good meeting. Okay. Let's continue in this way. I will give you at a good time. I give you my word. I always do. So please allow us to just continue with the meeting. There's no need for disruptions or arguments. Honorable Ghana.
Yes, Chair. So before Chair, you allow Honorable Ghana, I was asking for the sake of to ask that can I interrupt because I want to ask something before Honorable Ghana. That's why I ask what's the system, what's the procedure?
I will come back to you, Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much. I will be quicker than 3 minutes. So the question will be to the SAPS. So having considered the IPID report, if there's one thing that's not coming clear from the SAPS, and I was hoping that this SAPS will have given a bit of meat in terms of the kind of a hearing that happened with all the findings that IPID has found in relation to this particular matter. What was the nature of the hearing and what was the defense that was offered? Because unlike in the case of the IPID, where we do have a report, it tells in terms of it gives a background in terms of what transpired, their investigation and so forth. SAPS only says to us that, let's say, Major General Roger was not found guilty on all charges. I don't know what that means. So they looked at the report from IPID. He presented the defense. I don't know what kind of defense was presented to SAPS, and I don't think South Africans know the kind of defense that was presented in that regard. I would like to ask SAPS to give a bit of texture to the interaction with Major General Rode on this particular matter, so that we, in fact, it will answer some of the questions that the other members have asked, and whether, as the last one, Chair, so that I don't exhaust my 3 minutes, whether having considered everything that has happened, are they happy that their disciplinary hearing has returned the kind of verdict that it has returned? Thank you very much. I'm happy with all the other interactions.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. I appreciate your brief questioning. Colleagues, I would like to give the acting minister an opportunity, but I would like us to just finish the questions of clarity. So please don't add more hands for now. May I ask the Honorable Zungula and Honorable Ghana just to temporarily lower your hands so that I can just finish the questions that are left over from the Honorable Skosana, followed by the Honorable Shongwe, followed by the Honorable Dereko, from where we will continue to a next round. Honorable Skosana.
Chair, I'm going back to that issue again. Is this not the next round? Am I right?
Not yet, Honorable Skosana,
Yeah.
unless you
Now,
would like to add it to the next round.
Yeah, no. I'll get into the next. Let me ask this one in particular, because I've asked about the evidence. Was that money counted? That is 580, because we don't want to be like gossiping here and saying the money is 580,000 US dollars. Maybe the money is 650. Maybe the money is it's 1 million US dollars. Like what the complainant told us, if you remember, that Arthur Fraser mentioned another money, and the complainant, I'm not sure who's the complainant. Is the president the complainant, or is Vary Rode the complainant? And the second one was the issue of Honorable James asked a question and he was not answered about that sofa. Is that sofa still kept somewhere? That mattress or sofa, is it kept somewhere as evidence, which was the money was kept into? And the last one was the issue that was Dr. Benjamin Chauke and Rode given an authority, and if so, we need that evidence that it should cross the border and do what they did in Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. May I then firstly go to General Dimpane, followed by Dr. Bila regarding Honorable
Did you
Skosana's
forget Honorable
question.
Shongwe, Chair?
No, Honorable Shongwe, it's impossible to forget you. Don't worry. I will come to you. I'm going one by one to make sure that we get all the answers. General Dimpane.
Thank you, Chair. The questions of the Honorable Skosana, General Nkosi will give more clarity. I thought he would have responded, but he'll give more clarity. In terms of the questions from Honorable Ghana, I'll hand over to General Muthala to touch on those particular questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister and Deputy Ministers, protocol observed. On the question from Honorable Ghana, whether there was evidence, the evidence that was led and what was the defense. Like I explained also earlier on, according to the SAPS disciplinary regulations of 2016, the employer will put the evidence before the presiding officer. And then the presiding officer, guided by the principles of neutrality, independence, impartiality, and fairness, will then, on the balance of probability, check the facts before him. And based on those facts, then he will come to a verdict. And this is exactly the process that was followed with this process involving General Rode and Sergeant Record. So that's my submission, Chair.
Yeah, we hand over to the on the questions of clarity from Honorable Scosa.
Thank you, General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. First, obviously, to start with the question whether the money was counted or not. I can indicate that the police were not involved during the counting of the money, but I can just give assurance to this committee that during the hearing, the complainant, who is the farm manager, who opened the case, testified with regard to the issue of the counting of the money, and he also produced evidence in the form of acknowledgement of receipt to say the money received from the buyer would have been the actual amount that we referred to earlier. So the data, in my view, caters for the counting the counting obviously would have been during the transaction time. So later when we investigated the housebreaking and theft, counting, even if it would have taken place, it would have been counting that would be associated either to exhibits. But that is the best answer I can give, Honorable Chairperson, to clarify this issue. Then the second issue of the sofa, where is the sofa, the coach? The crime we investigated has responded to earlier. It's a house breaking and theft. Yes, indeed, the sofa, if there's a sofa in a house, it is part of the furniture, but the crime is housebreaking and theft, and it's not the theft of the sofa, it's the theft of cash. So the actual exhibit for us to focus and find is the cash. That's why then also during the process of the investigation went further to identify the proceeds of the crimes. That's why you've got now the different forfeiture orders that we ultimately obtained in collaboration with the NPA. Thank you, Chairperson. I can just end there.
Thank you, General. Are there specific, may I go to Dr. Bila for specific answers regarding these specific questions from the Honorable Skosana?
No, thank you, Chair. Mr. Kefelakai will talk to those specific details. Mr. Kefelakai.
Chairperson, according to the report, if we go to the report, it would then talk to the fact that Major General Rode traveled to Namibia via Appington, and there is no dispute in that regard. But the IPID recommendations was to say the resources to travel from Pretoria were misused. Hence, we made negative recommendations to that effect for SAPS to look into. That's with regard to the crossing to Namibia. And like I indicated earlier, that our focus was mainly on the misconduct of the police as dictated by our legislative mandate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Bila and team. I would then like to go to the Honorable Shongwe for his clarity-seeking questions. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm invited by General Nkosi. I'm invited by General Nkosi. When I don't know whether he's playing with us or Rusile Nkosi. Chair, if the house was broken into, I'm sorry to start here, but if the house was broken into, Chair, and it happened, they murdered somebody, they stabbed somebody on that sofa forms part of evidence, Chair. Bamkosi angadlali ngathi. Siyalifuna lelo sofa. Ngiyeke nje ukudlala ngathi. Number two, Chair, I would like to say this, Chair. From the beginning of this committee today, you've been emphasizing that people speak and open their cameras. It's not happening. We are repeatedly asking the very same question because we are not getting the sincerity of the answers. We are being generalized. We are given answers that are being generalized. Chair, this is not effective. The virtual platform on this meeting for me and the South Africans that have written to me now that this is not working. Can I ask, Chair, that we get IPID to come at Cape Town in Parliament? Somebody's disturbing me, Chair. It's the minister with Minister Wezu. Minister Yang Pazamis. Chair, I would like to ask Uti, let's have this meeting physically in Elias Godlo in Cape Town urgently, Chair, because now we're getting numbers of calls from South Africans who are saying this thing is not effective at all. We are not working, Chair. We are just passing time and we are just generalizing the answers. We are also passing time on everything here, Chair. Can I plead, Chair, and ask if we shot the Mali, I can go in South African and ask for 10 rand that they come. We have to talk about this matter on a serious matter, Chair. They must come. We must engage seriously this report. There are things that are being, you can tell that because we are on virtual, it's easy to be evasive on certain matters. As for me, I don't think I'll ask any questions here, Chair. This is not working at all. South Africans are complaining. If we respect South Africans and if we value South Africans, I asked earlier on, South Africans are asking, how long are we going to be, is IPID going to think they are foolish or they are stupid? For how long is IPID going to think they are stupid, the South Africans? So I think it's time, Chair, we bring each other in the one space. Book Good Hope, Chair, if you can. Let's meet in Cape Town. Let's be effective for the sake of South Africans, Chair. I submit, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Shongwe. The Honorable Dereko. Honorable Dereko. Honorable Dereko, I will come back to you. Honorable Skosana, I've noted your hand, but I'm going to give Minister Kachalia an opportunity for his response, as he has been waiting all the other answers. Minister Kachalia.
Thanks, Chairperson, and apologies to Member Shongwe. I wasn't muted while he was on the platform. My apologies. There have been suggestions that some of my responses have been too vague. I'm happy for members to clarify where I have been, because I will endeavor to provide fuller answers where I think it falls within my knowledge and my mandate. Now, as far as from my point of view, there are two matters on which I'm able to provide and should provide a response. Otherwise, I do not feel that I have been vague or evasive. Now, Honorable Tulani asked about reform measures. I indicated that I tried to explain why two different processes and bodies will reach could reach different conclusions. And I indicated that the inconsistency does reasonably raise concerns. I thought Member Kola Barnard raised some very specific questions about the SAPS procedure in her opening remarks, which were very pointed. I explained that IPID is an investigative body which makes recommendations for disciplinary processes, which are then governed by employment law in SAPS, disciplinary regulations, and employment law more generally, which sets out the rights of members who are members of SAPS who are subject to disciplinary processes, rights both under statute law as well as the Constitution. And the disciplinary process it's the analogy I would make is that if the police investigate a matter, the decision is then made by prosecutors to proceed, and there's then a trial. And it will often happen that the case of the prosecution doesn't succeed in a trial, because in a trial, the accused person has rights. That's how our system works. So the fact that the two processes lead to different results can't lead to questions, I believe, frankly, about IPID's process, because IPID made findings against the two officers, findings which were also made by the public protector. Now, if the committee, and I would welcome that, as I indicated in my opening remarks, wants to consider a reform suggestions, I indicated that that is necessary. In IPID's report to the committee, it was already indicated that an amendment was made, that is before I became the minister, to IPID's legislation requiring that reasons be given if there is inconsistency. But that may be insufficient. So I would welcome suggestions from the committee. But I wanted to point out that the procedure within SAPS is governed by our labor laws, and that the unions have a stake in this matter. And perhaps it would be valuable for the committee to call the trade unions and ask them and inquire from them how this matter should be of reform should be taken forward. And I'm indicating that I'm interested in that conversation, because I don't think the current arrangements are optimal. Second, the question that Honorable Zungula asked about the IPID report. Dr. Bela has already indicated that the declassified report, as he was required to do, was shared with my office. I can confirm that. I can also confirm that once I received that report, I brought the report and its contents, informed Vincent, who is the president's advisor, that I now have that report, and that the report had made certain findings against the two officers concerned. So I'm confirming that, as I was also thought I was required to do. And I've had no further communication with him. And I've never had any communication with the president on this matter. And I think that's important because there is a lot of suspicion about political interference and so forth, both with the classification decision and then subsequently once the report was declassified and made public. So I hope that clarifies matters. Other than that, I am happy to deal with any matter, like I said, that is within my knowledge and within my competence to clarify if further specific details are given. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister Kachalia. Colleagues, I've noted more hands going up, but I would like us to go on to that second round, which is going to feel more like a fourth round now. So I'm going to take the hands that are currently up into consideration. If there are more hands for that so-called second round, please put up your hands. I will list them. I'm going to start with the Honorable Dereko, who was not audible earlier. I just want to check if she's audible now, after which I will go, yes, Honorable Dereko, and then I'll go to the rest.
Chair, I believe maybe if we could get a detailed report on the presentations that we received, it will then deal with the issues that members have. Because when you look at the IPID report, it made a certain findings with regard to the officers that are implicated in this matter. And then you then go to the SAPS where it says they were not found guilty. And when you listen to the questions of the members, there seems to be a thin line as to when you mean they were not found guilty, what were the issues that led to them not being found guilty? Because if you could listen to some of the questions from the members, one of the questions was that if they were not found guilty, was there any accountability with regard to the case that was opened? And then it shows that maybe if we can get a clear clarity as to when the SAPS was doing its own process, the issue that was indicated on the IPID report that says, number one, the officer performed an illegal investigation because they did not follow the proper processes. And then on the side of the SAPS, what is it that they have found, which is different from the conclusion of the IPID? Maybe that will also assist in paving a way and giving a better understanding as to where the fundamental differences started and how has that been discovered by SAPS versus IPID matter, so that when we close this matter or make any undertaking with regard to this matter, we will know exactly what transpired with more details on the process that was performed by SAPS. And secondly, Chair, I believe that if we are unable to get the responses visual, it doesn't mean that, as members alleged, it doesn't mean that when we are physical, we'll get what we are looking for. Because both platforms, they are the same. The difference is that we are not in the same room, while the physical will be in the same room. And lastly, Chair, I believe that as the members of Parliament, we have a responsibility to enforce accountability. But in doing so, we must also mind our language when we speak to other people. Because as much as we push accountability, but the parliamentary decorum should also apply. So I believe that, Chair, as you are chairing, there are some words which I believe that we are not supposed to use as members of Parliament that I've heard in this platform. If there's such words that are coming from us as members of Parliament, can you please also call us into order, because we need to ensure that respect is two ways and accountability should be enforced in a disciplinary manner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dereko. I then move to the Honorable Zungula.
Chair, don't forget about me, please.
I promise I won't, Honourable Skosana. I've noted your name on the list.
Chair, before I ask the other questions in the second round, the first thing I need to state is that this report is very important because it speaks to IPID, which is supposed to be independent, conducting an independent investigation into an unlawful conduct of police who abuse their power, conduct an unlawful investigation, they torture people. So our questions here were not just on an exercise that is like ticking a box. We want proper information so that we can account to the people. And the issue that I'm having with this report, I asked specifically about the evidence that suggests that General Mfazi did give an unlawful instruction. Few minutes ago, Mr. Lefalakai says, firstly, General Rode did not submit or answer questions. And then when I asked when or where is the source, therefore, of that conclusion, because the conclusion of the report or IPID report is very authoritative to say there was an unlawful or illegal instruction from General Mfazi. However, when Mr. Felekai is asked, he then says, because the General Rode did not respond to the questions, and I want to read it, he says, he might have said, he says, he says, IPID, when doing an analysis, General Rode might have said that maybe the unlawful instruction came from General Mfazi. Chair, General Mfazi is deceased. His family is distraught that now you are going to have a case whereby he's going to be blamed for something he did not do. So it's very disappointing from IPID. Instead of doing their work, they want to apportion the blame on an illegal instruction, illegal investigation, on someone who's not even alive to, to clear his name. So that is the first issue I wanted to raise. The second issue I wanted to raise is that when I was asking about the level of involvement of the president, because I said it cannot be that a president will inform General Rode about the theft 2 times in Addis Ababa and Hyde Park, and then all of these things happen in the farm of a president. The torture, where did it happen? Because 4.14 and 15 of the report, when you tie a person with a rope, and that is torture, especially because there was not even a case answered, so you can't even be saying that it's something else. That is torture. That torture happened in the private farm of a president. However, IPID here is running away, not wanting to. Yes, and it's something that is in the report, by the way. IPID is running away from confirming that is the case. So it can't be that a president who gave that issued by the presidency in June 2022, that statement is very clear that the instruction was for Rode to investigate. Rode indeed investigated in line with the statement issued by the presidency. However, that investigation was unlawful, and that is what ended up happening. So now, when IPID is asked, what is the level of involvement of the president? Because it cannot be that there are only 2 people that Rode would have interacted with. The first, it is General Sithole as the National Commissioner of Police. General Sithole said he knew nothing about Phala Phala. The second person is the president, because he's the political principal that Rode was protecting, and he is the one that gave that instruction. So it's very disappointing that they then would not have looked into how the president would have been involved, especially in light of this evidence that, number one, they use the farm of the president to torture people. They go to Namibia with the president's advisor, and there was an instruction from the president to recover money stolen from the president. How can you then say he's not a person of interest? So, Chair, I had other questions regarding the bribery, the motive, what happened in Namibia. However, because we're not getting answers, my proposal, let us have a session physically in Parliament where we can ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zungula. I then go to the Honorable James, followed by the Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, they say third time lucky. I'm going to ask again. Waar is die couch? Because you are telling us that you have concluded your investigation and the main piece of evidence is nowhere to be found. I'm going to ask again. Waar is die couch? I can't even move on to any of my other questions because you are refusing to answer as to where is the couch. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable James. Honorable Skosana.
Chair, I think Honorable James is correct because I thought that if there's a cash in transit and there's car used there, they won't only confiscate the firearms or the rifles. The car itself will be confiscated as well. Now, where's the couch? And where's the leftover money counted and confiscated as part of evidence? And if not, why not? If not, why not? Because we can't be told here, Chair, to say that, no, the couch doesn't mean anything. That housebreaker was not about stealing the couch, it was about stealing the money. And the money, unfortunately, those people who were working there knew where the money was. The money was on the sofa. Or whether the sofa was moved, if it's true, because there's that allegation that the sofa was moved elsewhere. Hence, they don't have an answer about this issue of the sofa. And I think, Chair, for us to go for the second round will be the travesty of justice. I want to second Honorable Shongwe and Honorable Zungula. We need to have a physical cessation. It's not out of disrespect. I highly respect policemen and women, in particular the hierarchy. But I'm saying this is not personal. But we cannot protect one individual to collapse the whole country. We heard, Chair, about the so-called South African Reserve Bank. We heard about the SARS. We heard about the public protector. But at least the Constitutional Court this time pronounced of what exactly what must happen about this Phala Phala issue. Now we cannot allow any other institution to harm, this progressive judgment and trying to hide things. Let's be honest. General Rode was instructed by the president, and the president confessed to all of us that was his money. But I'm saying the leftovers, can we get that, please, a clear answer? If the leftovers were counted, because we were told the money was not even the 10 million, it's more than that, because these guys confessed that they took $800,000. Now, we need to get into the bottom of this, not just a tick box exercise to say we are independent. I don't see any independence from IPID. I must be honest with you. I don't see any independence here. Hence, the acting minister says, there'll be suspicion of political interference. If they don't investigate properly, obviously we will invoke that there's political interference in this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. I've noted the hand of the Honorable Muela. Honorable Muela.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the next bite. But I think if there is a consensus that we should then wait to be responded or interrogate or proceed with this meeting physical. I don't know if that is the view that Chair were following, because it will not make any justice to me to proceed with the question that I will want to ask, if that is the view that we are taking. depending on what is the direction now, because we need to have clarity as are we still proceeding. If we are agreeing that we are going to meet physical, it means we should not be wasting more time for South Africans to proceed with this meeting if we are not going to, if we are saying the responses that we are getting are not proper and we should be meeting physical. I need clarity from you, Chair, so that you give this meeting a direction, because we have been sitting in this meeting since 2 o'clock, making follow-ups for 3 hours, and now we were saying that we should be we don't have a direction as to are going forward or are going backward. May you kindly give us direction, Chair, so that we know where are we standing if we are going to physical, and then we then close the meeting and wait for the day that will be meeting physical to then proceed with the matter that we are engaging here today. I will wait for direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. I appreciate your comment. I think Honorable Muela. I think Honorable Muela makes a very important point in that I don't think we have the luxury of time on our side today. For the past 2 to 3 hours, we have been going back and forth with follow-ups. I would like to ask the honorable members if they're in support of us rather rescheduling to have a full day session at Parliament where we can scrutinize and have a deeper discussion regarding the report. I also have specific questions that I would also like to ask in terms of what evidence was used in the disciplinary proceedings, etc. So I think it's a much deeper discussion than what may have been anticipated, but we also need more clarity on some of the questions. Can I get an indication from the members whether they would prefer such a physical sitting? And let me say, is there someone that supports that? And then a second to that, who supports it? Honorable Zungula?
I support it 100%, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Shongwe?
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable James, I see your hand is still up.
Supported, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable James. Honorable Skosana? I see the Honorable Khoza also
Chair.
supports. Thank
Indeed,
you, Honorable.
Chair, I've asked that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Minister Kachalia, I would like to firstly thank you for your patience today and for the team, DM Matale and DM Boshielo as well. I know DM Boshielo also had an additional engagement. And then to Dr. Bila and specifically also to General Dumpani and the team from SAPS. I hope you understand the reasoning from the members that we would like to have a better quality engagement with you and see how we can find answers to some of the questions. I would like to give a very brief opportunity to Minister Kachalia for possible short closing remark before I will close the meeting. Minister Kachalia.
Hello, Chairperson. Thank you very much for your patience and indulgence as well. It's been a long day. I think the issues that we are considering are important, and it does require patience. So if the committee needs to have a longer meeting, a physical meeting, we will comply with your request. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Kachalia. Colleagues, with that, I'm going to close the meeting and we will send the necessary notice and arrangements as soon as we can. Thank you for everyone's constructive input today. Have a wonderful day further. The meeting is closed.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.